Alright, I've already confirmed the timer's working, so I'm not too worried about that. Alright, so stereo hold. Alright, time to name it. Alright. Okay, gotta open up everything else again, including my notes. Okay. Okay, let's see if this still works. Okay, timer will still work while that's active. Good. Alright. 3, 2, 1, go. So the reason why I'm timing this run in particular is because this one, it's basically all dungeons, of course. So what I'm doing is I'm gonna be playing or timing this just because I want to see if I can beat my all dungeons PB. Otherwise, I wouldn't be timing this at all. I'm doing this in multiple segments. So the other reason, so the reason why I have waited until now to do it, mainly because I wanted to try and do it in one session, and so Saturday would work out the best. And then I was also waiting for Retro Tink. I ended up getting one of those and still using my cheapo upscaler I found on Amazon. I ended up upgrading the video signal from RCA to S video, so it ended up working out the best that way. Not to mention, it ends up working out a whole lot better because it's now instead of 240p, it's 480p because of the Retro Tink itself. It upscales it already. So now so that way it's now an actual real 480p signal that actually can easily be converted to HDMI. So now it's no longer stretched on my whatchamacallit, on my TV. It actually looks like, at least for right now, it auto sets it to 40p, I think, or something like that. So now I don't have to adjust it to like 4:3 versus 16:9. It actually looks natural. And hopefully I won't have to mess with, like, the audio or the video signal won't flicker on stream. I've had the power of it, like, automatically switch to a different video signal or whatever, but hopefully that won't happen. Or the power, like, will reset on the Retro Tink, but that could be just the way I had it set up before. Right now it looks to be consistent. I have it actually hooked up directly to my computer, so hopefully I won't do anything. I had it hooked up to my TV before, but then I had problems, so that's why I'm like super picky on wanting to do this game in particular at the best quality possible. So with that, let's start our adventure. 3 hearts. Alright, so my PB, it's almost 10 hours long. I'm hoping to cut that in half, because around that time when I was doing it, number one, I was playing on English. And then I also didn't know as many tricks as I do now, so back then I knew enough to get me by for like an all dungeons ish speedrun. But I was also racing with my friends, so we had a little bit of leniency with the restrictions. Nowadays I know a whole lot more tricks. Like, I know a way to actually that I'll be showing off throughout the run. that it's gonna be very helpful so that I'm not like as or well, not restricted, but more shackled with limitations. Come on. Yeah, if I didn't hit that boulder or whatever it's called, got hit by anything else, it would have been fine. Ah, come on. That's fine, I won't get it. So now that I don't want to try, I just want to actually, like, get a run going. I have set aside some time, so if I want to reset, I can reset, but I'm gonna try to avoid it if I can. So. Alright, so we're gonna be breaking this game as much as we can. Like, we're gonna be trying to do as many glitches as possible, but, keep it within, keep it within a reasonable, kind of setup here. There we go. There are some things I could do to make this route a little bit more like minimalistic, meaning like I could take out some items, but with what I'm doing, I'm not too worried about minimalistic items. I'm just trying to go as fast as I can. So, though with the route I'm doing, I'm pretty confident I can do stuff pretty quickly. But because of certain limitations that I'm doing in terms of like my 3-hour challenge, so it's not going to be as fast as humanly possible for all dungeons. Like, I don't even think like you're supposed to be using like 1.0 for it. I think you're supposed to be using like VVC, something like that. So it's not like, you know, I'm playing at the most optimal. But I am using glitches that are 1.0 exclusive, so I'm not too worried about it. Thank you. Alright, so the whole point of like doing what I'm doing right now is so I can get as much done as possible. In a short amount of time. Yeah, so eventually, like I'm gonna essentially be doing everything that I'm doing in this run. Like I'm gonna eventually be doing it anyway, so I'm like, might as well get it done now and over with, as early as possible. Oh, come on. Yeah, that's one of 30 gold scatulas that I need. So with the route I'm doing, the 1.0 glitch actually prevents me from getting the Zora tunic normally, so I actually have to get the wallet upgrades, which sucks, because that's not minimalistic. But since I have to do it, I'm not too worried about it. Kind of hoping to not do that, have him repeat himself. Dang it. Whatever. I forgot that they didn't add a safety feature like they did in the 3DS version, where if you end up pressing B, it doesn't actually select the owl. That was added in later. So this is one of the things that I actually could have avoided. I could have avoided getting Zelda's Letter altogether, and Zelda's Lullaby. They're not required to beat the game, necessarily. There are ways around it. The problem is I would have to do a whole bunch of stuff on top of, like to make up for it, which, would make it a little bit harder to complete the run. So I am just doing somewhat natural-ish route for some stuff, just to kind of help save time later on, even though it's wasting time. This also actually also gives me access to a particular song later on anyway, that I'll be getting soon anyway, that I do need for one of my tools that I need to complete a certain glitch. Alright, let's hope I don't, Yo! Let's go. I'm actually gonna wait for this one because I don't trust myself. Oh. Not gonna lie, this is kind of really juicy, these guards right now. Dude, holy crap, and I got that on stream too. Hey, Ice Strike. Yeah, I'm excited. That actually gives me kind of good hope for this. I'm super excited. I had never gotten that good of guards before, like, at all. So seeing that I got that good of a guard RNG I'm really stoked. I got a good feeling about this run, even though I've already made several mistakes, I would say. So. So normally I would have splits for a speed run like this, but because this is also a challenge run, I'm only really concerned about the final time and not like individual splits. Plus, I kind of want to give you guys a little bit of a surprise of how the order of the dungeons is going to go. So... So we are going to be watching all these cutscenes. I tried to, so with the way certain cutscene skips work, I actually have to like die, and I'm trying to do deathless for this challenge. So I've tried to avoid doing cutscene skips, at least in that sense. Normally I would be doing them in full on trying to learn them. But again, I'm trying to do deathless, so I'm not too concerned about it. So. Oh yeah. It's working way better than I thought. The only hiccup I've had with it has been, well, there's been a couple of hiccups. So I've had it hiccup while I had the USB connected straight to my TV. And so I ended up swapping that from my TV to my USB hub, but in particular, it wasn't hooked up directly to a port that connects to my computer. It was one of the powered ones, and then that one hiccuped a couple of times. So I now have it hooked up straight to my computer through the same USB hub, but actually is acting like it's connected to the computer. So that's going to be a big help. So but yeah, it's been working out pretty good. None of it has been anything to do with the Elgato capture card. Like everything has been more of like what my USB is hooked up to. It's never been the actual like product itself. It's always been my power source has been the problem. So I'm really enjoying my investment. I also noticed like during practice while I was trying to kind of route this out to make sure that this would work the way I was kind of envisioning this challenge run to go. I actually noticed my TV is actually kind of making it a fake 60 FPS on OOT, so like the stream looks like it should be played normally, but with my TV, certain parts of it will look 60 FPS. Like for instance, right now while Link's like rocking back and forth playing the Ocarina, if I do that normally, it looks fluid like 60 FPS, even though it's not really 60 FPS. It's pretty trippy. And I know that's the TV itself. It's not like any of my other devices doing it. So yeah, something like that. Or it's like that motion flows thing that you see on like other TVs that like kind of make like movies and everything look realistic. It does that too on like every device that I try to watch like stream movies or TV shows on. The only thing it actually doesn't do it on is actually my PC. But I think that's just due to the PC itself controlling it more than the TV. So I like, if I want to have that like quote unquote 60 FPS for the like all TV shows and stuff, I have to watch it through like my Roku or something, which isn't a big deal. I find it funny though that it does that. So it makes me really like question after like trying to do some research for this game. I'm trying to figure out if it does that on more modern consoles too. Like I want to see if it does it with Destiny 2 on my PS4. since I know that one for sure won't run 60 FPS on the console, since it's not the next gen console. So, all right. So normally in a speed run, we usually will get this egg, wow. We'll usually get this bottle in particular where we collect all the cuckoos. I'm actually not going to get it at all because we're going to be getting another bottle later on anyway, and emptying its contents. I just, decided to not get that particular bottle since it's just a waste of time. It would be more of a safety measure at that point. And I thought I got the lighting all figured out, and then my TV's still changing the webcam a little bit, but whatever, it's not a big deal. I think it has something to do with the fact that I'm not playing at night. Usually I'm playing at night when the sun's down, because the light still like shines through my window. It's right next to my desk. So, all right. I have to literally, so this is where one of the downsides of doing this early is. I have to actually wait for enemies to come to me because I don't have any ranged attacks. Come on. Dang it. I was hoping to get to the stairs during the cutscene, that way I could just hop up. Not a big deal. Alright. Okay, so I have to actually mash that like almost frame perfectly so I can avoid the re-dead detecting my presence. It's actually kind of annoying, and I actually have to do that later on towards the end of the run, and it sucks because I have to actually make sure like he's like not loaded onto the screen to avoid it. All right, so fun fact: if you get the Sun Song, it actually turns it from day to night naturally when you get it. So that was the kind of the whole reason I wanted to get to Kakariko before nighttime, is so I could get this song without switching it from night to day. Alright, so that didn't trigger, that's good. That doesn't waste any time at all. There is a time where I do want them to trigger me, trigger detecting me though. It's to help avoid having to get a couple of items. But I do have a plan to get them if I do need those particular items. It just will mean I will have to deviate from my route a little bit, luckily. So, why did we make a night for Kakariko? We're gonna get some gold Scatulas. And most of them we actually can get right now. The only one we can't get is the one in the guard tower, just because we don't have a means to attack it. And that I actually wasn't expecting. I thought I was gonna have to jump attack out, and then do a crouch stab. I actually didn't think I was gonna hit him. So, kind of funny. So, this cutscene isn't required to beat the game. I only did this just to kind of make it easier when I come back here as a child later on, along with getting Zelda's Lullaby. There are other ways to access Goron City, and we actually didn't need to access it right now. We could have waited until later. Problem is that there are certain events that actually can be missed if you do stuff out of order with glitches, because of you triggering other events, because then the game assumes that you've done said events. So that's what we were trying to avoid, is that notion that we've already done said events. Alright, so this is going to be such a great adventure. We're grabbing extra items that we don't necessarily need for the for an actual like all dungeons speed run, but enough that it's going to give us the tools that we need to complete this whole game without being locked out of things. It's going to be quite the experience and quite the ride if you guys haven't seen a speed run of this game. This game is very, very broken. Usually 9 times out of 10 there's always a way that you can do things a little bit easier, or in a slightly different way. It's this game really doesn't have a limit on what is possible for this. We've even gotten it to the point where we can just write code by doing certain in-game actions to complete the game. So there's a glitch I just did there, ISG. I wasn't meaning to trigger it, but we do need it for a particular instance, but we don't need it right now. Alright. Okay. So that entrance is how we're gonna get to Goron City from now on. We won't be going up from Kakariko anymore, to be honest. And if we do, we actually go up like once as an adult, I think, and that's about it. So the route's always the same through Lost Woods for those that haven't played this game before. So once you memorize it, it's pretty easy. Oh sweet, dropped another stick. That's actually really good. Normally the Wolfos doesn't drop sticks, so it was actually really good that he did. It would actually be really nice if these Scrubs would drop Deku Nuts. Come on. Stupid. That all works too, I guess. Dang it. There's a way you can actually avoid like getting in the water. It's super tricky. Please give me Deku Nuts. Dang it. It's not a big deal, it just would be nice to get the cutscene out of the way. I think I actually have enough rupees to just buy him outright anyway. So, not a big deal. Alright. This is a very useful song to only get a strength upgrade. Like, that's all we really need it for. Later on we'll play it again, but that's only because I don't want to avoid, like... Or I want to avoid... failing a trick in particular. Okay. First save warp of the game. It is actually not that bad, but it just... Yeah. It's a necessary evil that we have to do. But it is really nice because now that means we can actually just go straight to where we need to go. And it actually means with this routing I can actually get a gold Scutula a little bit early. I should say earlier than I was intending. I was actually intending on grabbing that when we left, but it's not a big deal. And that should be our last shopping trip for a while. Fun fact, once you trigger Zelda's Lullaby, like obtaining that or getting Zelda's Ladder, you actually can I got it, sweet. You can actually avoid Mido altogether, so you can actually enter without a sword or a shield. There is a way to do it without having to worry about that anyway, but it's kind of a little precise and you go out of bounds. And with Mido being in the way, it's kind of tricky. But this way I think is a little bit easier, even though it's more out of your way. But it's not a big deal. All right. By far my favorite dungeon and my most hated dungeon at the same time. So we're gonna get more Deku Nuts right now. Not right now. To do this just so that it makes it easier for doing a certain trick. Okay, hopefully that works. Nope, didn't. There we go. That should work. So what I just did was glitched damage value. What that does is it makes whatever your last action for getting damage do a completely different action. For instance, with what I just ended up switching it so it acted like a Deku stick on fire to help burn the web. And I'm gonna actually keep that for like the rest of the dungeon, or get it again, depending on what I need it for. I'm hoping that it will, the damage value will stick when I need to do it for getting a gold scatula. If not, that's why I grabbed a whole bunch of extra sticks for the room. And I actually didn't grab I should say I grabbed a bunch of extra sticks. I really didn't. I grabbed enough for one extra shot and I kind of used it, so I do need to possibly collect another stick before I do that glitch again. Right. Oh, come on. Box movement is not helpful at times. Crap. Got a little too close. I could have avoided that Navi text altogether if I just backflipped onto here. Got up here. I actually got really good. Ish. Scatulas. Yeah. So I don't think I get this one up here, but I'm gonna grab it just to be safe because I never know when. Actually, you know what? Nah, let's not. So I'm doing myself a disservice right now. So alright, so what I'm gonna do right now is I'm actually gonna just go get the gold scatulas now down here, since I grabbed that one early. Just gotta line it up. There we go. Okay, there's one down. Dang it. I thought I was gonna get it. Okay, so it looks like that way is not gonna be the best option. There's another way, of course, to get it. If I can just find the right angle. Yeah. Launch up there. If not, I do have backups I can go find. Which means I might have to actually re-enter the basement. Either re-enter the basement or I have to go get the one up on the second floor. Which again isn't a big deal. I just wanted to avoid doing unnecessary things. Alright, that didn't work. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now I have to do the trick again. Okay. So we have to grab a few more Or at least one more stick for right now, just to be safe. We don't need this many Deku sticks necessarily for like the rest of the run. I just like to grab extra just to be safe. Oh, can't believe I missed that. Alright, so Goma, pretty easy boss. And by far the most annoying at times when you're trying to go fast. All right. Wow, I actually didn't think that was gonna work. There we go. That was actually pretty cool. I actually didn't think that I could get ISG and pull out the stick on the same frame. Thank you, Zelda Speedruns, for the wow. The raid. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Alright, so we gotta avoid that. And that is the first dungeon. So now, what we're actually gonna go to next is Jubba Joe's Belly. Thanks, Tresco. Philippi, thank you. Yeah, so this is actually my first attempt at doing all dungeons in like, gosh, how long has it been? Since like high school, so like 5 years ago. And that was back when I first learned the game and started learning all these cool tricks. And I was also playing on English, so like that's like half the reason like why my time is so long. But since this run is an amalgamation of me doing my 3-hour challenge and doing an all dungeons run, I figured I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just time it anyway. Try and go as fast as I can. So, welcome everyone. So, if you type !3 heart like it says on screen, I am having some self-imposed restrictions on top of just doing an all dungeons speedrun. So I've banned RBA, so I avoid skipping basically all the adult dungeons. I am trying to have a bonus goal of going deathless for my 3-hour challenge, so any cutscene skips that involve a death I'm not gonna do. And wrong warping, since the way I know how to get Pharaoh's Wind on B is essentially through RBA anyway, or at least the same method to initiate RBA. That's actually not allowed, so I can't do any cutscene skips out of the blue warps anyway. So we're gonna still be getting all these cutscenes, which I know add up to time, and it's not what speedrunners are for, but you know, it's whatever. It might be. I can let me see if I me hurry and turn the game off and back on again, at least in terms of on OBS. Let's see if that fixes it. I'm doing stuff through a retro tank and then going through an Elgato capture card, so that might also be the problem. So Okay, sweet, thank you. I normally would audio test it, but I'm like, I know with my experience or lack of experience with doing all dungeons runs, I knew it was going to take a while, so I was like, I allotted myself a whole lot of time throughout today to do it, so I have buffer room. I'm like, you know what, I'm not going to do an audio test. I should have, though. Thank you for pointing it out. Alright, I gotta... Come on. Thank you. Link11, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated of you. The other scummy thing that I am doing for this All Dungeons run is I'm actually playing on 1.0, which isn't a bad thing. It actually makes things a little bit easier for me in terms of certain glitches that I have access to, but it also sucks because now all the resets and load times are like super long, so it adds up. But again, it's not a big deal to me. All right. One dungeon down, we got several more to go. So because of me doing this 3 heart challenge, I kind of wanted to keep, for those at least that I know that aren't familiar with Ocarina of Time speedruns, I kept all the dungeon order on the 3 heart challenge completion list all in order, but I am going to be doing them in a completely different order than intended. It's kind of now more nerve-wracking with this raid. I was actually kind of surprised about it. Oh, come on. Okay. That trick always gives me a little bit of hiccup at times, just due to frame rate problems at times. So with the 3 heart challenge I'm doing, I'm also trying to do as a somewhat pseudo low percent. So I'm trying to get as little items as possible at the same time to both save time and just to see if I can make it any more of a pain in the neck for me. So all right. Nothing a stick won't hurt. There we go. So you need, so for those that aren't familiar with Ocarina of Time, rupee routes are kind of a pain in the neck to deal with, and I actually didn't account for this. So that wasn't planned at all. I only planned for like the general route of how to complete it. I didn't like go and count every I don't know what I did there. I didn't account for any like rupee routing along the way. I probably should have done that. Or no, I did. I just didn't do it for this particular section. It was only after getting a wallet upgrade. I really worried about it. There we go. Alright, get my leaps ready. We will be letting Jabu Jabu slide his self over. A long cutscene. Alright. How's everyone's day so far? I meant to ask that as soon as the raid happened. If everyone is having a good day. Alright. So I'm avoiding grabbing a fish mainly because I need to use this bottle for bugs later on, for some gold scutula grabbing. So what I'm going to be doing instead is hitting the load zone from above. Or I should say off to the side. Oh, that missed. Come on. This one I feel like is a little bit finicky. There we go. Well, that wasn't what I needed. Alright, so this dungeon we're actually going to be getting all the gold scatulas in it. Just a little bit easier. My gold scatula count right now, since I didn't get one more in... Okay, we can make this work. I'll have to go back into Decatry when I save warp out after. Or... No, I don't. I can get the one that's in here. Or outside of Jabba Jabba. Yes, the nice camera angle. The total me focused on Ruto, when really, in reality, I'm completely ignoring her. Alright, so Ruto is going to be a valuable asset to us. She's going to be the reason why I don't have to use the slingshot for this next switch. Wow, that was nice trolling right there from the bubbles. Or I should say, whatever they're called. They look like bubbles, I'm gonna call them bubbles, even though those aren't the real bubbles enemies. Alright. Now we can safely chill, do ESS turns, pass the time, and just shuffle. Same here, we just need some elevator music. Do 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 do. Alright. So usually the saying goes for all the child dungeons, we usually just need the items just to complete the dungeon. Well, in this case, that actually is the reason for this dungeon in particular. We didn't need the slingshot for Deku Tree, but we did need it for this, at least with the fact that we didn't get bombs in Dodongo's Cavern yet. And then Boomerang really just for, again, for this. That's what it is. Thank you, Rising Otter. I couldn't remember the technical name for it, but just call them what I see. I usually am speedrunning any percent, or I should say former any percent. It's just defeat Ganon now. I guess the technical term is what it's called. So like I'm only like up to basically from like start of the game to Deku Tree straight to Ganon's tower is usually like my bread and butter. So like anything I'm doing right now, this is just mainly just off of either like casual play memory or stuff I learned recently in the past like 2 weeks. So it's kind of I do ask that you guys humor me with all this, and some of these tricks I know are not necessarily the fastest now at this point. There are many other ways to do things a little bit faster or a little bit more efficient, but I am also trying to do what I consider to be easier learning tricks than what the fastest is. But if there is anything that you guys know of that could be faster and easy and quick to learn, like, I'm willing to do that on the fly. If it'll save me time. Because my goal for this, at least, the overall goal is to do the 3-heart challenge, but my hope is that I beat my all dungeons PB. Three and 4. Oh crap, I went too far. There we go. That's not what I meant. Yeah, we're gonna throw Ruto around to be abusive. Crap. Thought you could hold still at that point. Neat. That also is like right underneath it, I guess, so. I'm just glad all the child dungeons are at least, you know, more forgiving with how much healthy or well, the damage that the enemies will take and give. All right. Yeah, I thought the boomerang was just high enough to get the other one at the same time. Kind of looked like it, but I'm sure it was probably off by like a good, I don't know, like foot if we have to go by that metric. Which is probably more like, I don't know, like 6 or 8 pixels maybe, if I had to rough it. All right, so what was going on the Zelda Speedruns channel today? Was it another bingo race or a randomizer race? By chance, if for those that were just coming over from it. So who ended up winning by chance? And how long was the lockout for? I haven't watched any of those for like a long while, just because I've been busy with a new job. Trying to get accustomed to that with my new with a streaming schedule of sorts. So you know what, I'm just gonna let him come to me. Really? Was that bad? I figured it would have been you know, with those guys, you know, doing things the way they do, I figured it would have been like cakewalk for them. I don't know why I'm having a hard time with this boss. In practice, he was like cake. Like as soon as I rolled into him, it would have turned around, but I guess I did it a little too quick. Alright, so I'm gonna break my rule and grab a fairy really quick just to be safe. Jeez. That's nuts. Yeah, I mean that's all I really was like looking for. Like the names of players. Like I'm sure I can go back and look at the VOD and watch it. Because everyone that does a bingo lockout, like I just like a jaw drop every time I watch. Just because being able to route on the fly like that, I tried my hand at randomizer, and I tried to at bingo too, and it was, yeah, I could do it, but it ended up being, that's not what I wanted. It ended up being a little bit more of an asshole. Mainly because of just because of the fact that it was just too much on my strain on my brain, to be honest. Yeah, we speedrunners like to give nice fancy magic word names for simple tricks to describe. It's actually not like, it's not too bad. I think the hardest trick I learned, if I can English correctly, the hardest trick I learned is probably Ganondorf, and I actually learned a few different methods of doing it, all of which are not the fastest for like any percent standards. but they work, and it's consistent enough that I just use it in runs instead of trying to learn the fastest method. So, I mean, it's whatever works for you, to be honest. I feel like that's what makes OOT speedrunning great. Yeah, that's probably what it was. I know a lot of time they'll do something like that, like where they have to, in order to prevent any further issue from completing the run, they have to change up what they were doing. Come on. Change your direction. Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. It almost hit me again with a lightning blast. That was kind of scary. Yeah, it's pretty interesting what your brain will do once you like learn a game and play it kind of somewhat religiously, I would say. I played a lot of this growing up, and then learned speedrun strats for it in around middle school, high school, and ended up working out that because not necessarily your childhood game is going to be like your speed game of sorts. It ends up just happening to work out that way. All right, so okay, we're gonna go do Dodongo's Cavern now, but in a completely different sense if you guys are not familiar with Zelda speedrunning. Because now we're on the point where we're just going to be collecting gold scatullas for a little bit. Actually, sorry, not Dodongo's Cavern. Bottom of the well. I just realized I skipped over a little bit of my notes. Alright. Ah! Yeah, congrats to Fanta for that. Can remember for a second, Sun Song, I almost played a different song from MM. Alright. So I did this for a couple of reasons. So actually, I'll get to it in a second. Dude, that's nuts. Was it the rusty switch that makes it a shortcut back from the dungeon entrance to the main room before the boss store? Was that the rusty switch that I ended up on? Oh, both switches. Oh, that's awesome. All right, let's hurry and get a check on my count. Okay, 14. Should be at 16 by the time I get to Kakariko. Okay. Alright, so the reason why I made a night just to make sure I got enough gold Scatulas. I might still have to go to Deku Tree. But it might not be a worry at the moment. Especially since I have like Hylia here that I could actually like hurry and grab gold Scatula here instead. That's not it. I'll hit it, please. There we go. Alright, see you later, Rising Honor. Alright, you know what, I'm gonna route some stuff on the fly really quick. I'm gonna just go to Lon. So bottom of the well, what we're going to be doing is literally just grabbing the rupee chest and grabbing a grabbing the Lens of Truth. The reason why I don't have the Wasteland memorized, so I can't skip Lens of Truth for there, and then Lens of Truth and Shadow Temple is kind of important for getting to the boss door. So we'll be going there shortly. Alright. So now we gotta make this night as well. I might grab Epona Song only to make it easier on me for grabbing Epona for like Hylia, and that's probably what I'm gonna do. But we'll just see. Alright. Alright. Alright, we'll just have to get a count really quick before we end up leaving the area. That's great. So this is why we grabbed the fairy, so it doesn't count as a death. That's perfectly fine. That's weird. It misinputted and I didn't even do it fast. Alright. Starting at a quick count here. Okay, 19. Perfect. That'll actually save me time later on. I might not actually have to grab bugs after all. So I will be making it at least night in Kakariko and in the graveyard just to get a couple gold Skulltulas there. And then afterwards it will be I'll actually probably have to grab a couple more. Because I wanna try to minimize the amount of gold Skulltulas I need to get as adult, even though those are faster to get. So okay. All right. Okay. It's 20. Now we can finally grab the one in the guard tower. We'll actually have to go back to Zora's River, I think. Once we're done here. Okay. We're gonna actually use Navi right now, too. If I... There, that actually saved me a Sun Song. I didn't think she was gonna trigger right there. So there are a few ways to actually get down to Dead Hand without triggering anything. I'm just gonna go down the normal way just because, you know, we can. And it's actually a little easier to do. The way we can do it is called Actor Glitch. It allows us to actually deload the water, and at least in terms of the properties of Link having to swim in water. And it actually, I believe, removes the Skulltula that's right there, or Skulltula, however you like to pronounce it. But that's okay, we don't need to worry about him anyway, so. Nice angle. Oh, come on. Dang it. So because we didn't grab the wallet upgrade, I'm gonna have to actually come back in here. That's not a big deal. Since grabbing this is technically more important at the moment. Plus, plus it'll actually make things a little bit easier. Okay, so now that's 3 dungeons, quote-unquote, done. One of them is a mini dungeon, essentially. So we'll actually come back here, and come about it a different way. Depending on how nice Navi wants to play with us. Alright, so we got the adult wallet. This will allow us to be one step closer to getting the tunics that we need. Actually. Okay, let's get a count here. 21. Good. That's good. We need, ideally we'll need 23 before we go adult. Which is all fine and dandy. So. Okay. Dang it, I didn't pick him up. I don't know why Link didn't pick him up. Well. I gotta re-trigger that again. That was kind of crummy. The chicken was, I think, moving around like way too much. Honestly. Okay. There we go, got him. Now we got rocket chicken is what I like to call it. So we come over here, turn around, shield, backflip. We mitigate the water effects. And now we can go grab our rupees. Alright. Didn't mean to make it 2 trips, but, you know, whatever, that's not a big deal. It actually means that I can get an extra stick. For later on. Alright. Okay, let's just hope that I do dot skip first try, because that's what I really wanted to try and impress people with, is being able to do dot skip first try. Okay. I don't know if you have to like wait for the count to go to 200. I doubt it, but I just want to make sure. Oh, you do. Oh well, whatever, not a big deal. The more you know. It's not a huge deal, we can always make money. There is a way that we can make money. It's, yeah, just not the best idea in the world. So I'm gonna hurry and save it again just to be safe somehow of the dungeon. Alright. So going back to Lost Woods for a second. I did forget to grab bugs, which isn't a big deal. I have to just go back to the dungeon in Zora's River. Wow. You know what? Let's just go, but yeah, I should have just reset, but whatever, not a big deal. Alright. So we're actually gonna grab 2 gold scatullas from the dungeon just to save some bacon later on. We're gonna go grab the one that I missed, and then we're gonna grab there was one that I skipped up on the second row that I could have gotten instead. We're gonna hurry and grab both of those and gonna be on our merry way. Or just killing him so I don't have to wait if I don't tap the Z button. Alright. So now I know in the future to wait until it says 200 in the wallet count and then hit save. Because all I really needed, so what my intent was for that was to only have to farm 1 rupee source for less time than I actually had to. But that's not a big deal. Oh my gosh, why? That wasn't what the plan was. Alright. Okay, should be 23, I think. 22, 20 something. We'll hurry and get a... Okay, yeah, 22, so... I know I probably could have gotten this earlier since I had the slingshot, but, you know... It's not a big deal if we have to backtrack. Okay. So now going to Zora's River. Going to that one during the night will get us 1 more gold scatulla. It's actually 1 more than I actually was planning before doing dot skip, so I actually can get a bottle of bugs right now too, so I might as well do that really quick. Get an extra gold scatulla. So all I have to collect is 5 all adult Link, so alright. Okay. So, let's keep going. This is like completely off track now of what I routed with my notes, so let's hope that this works. Okay, I need the bugs again. For another one. So going adult means that I actually can't use the bugs for anything else, to be honest. Except for like doing glitches with it of sorts. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna yeah, I don't know. I'll just have to find out. Okay. Good. Yep. All right. So this is part of the rupee farm we can actually do. So this will help make up for the lost farm that we didn't get to do. Okay. All right. Let's just double check. So 26. So that's actually way more than I ever thought I was gonna get before going adult, which is really good. So let's go adult. But you may be asking yourself, how can I go adult? Well, you'll find out. I just need to snag a few more rupees. Okay. So now that I'm actually really close, it'll actually be really nice. There we go. Now we're at 200. Alright, so I really hope I get this first try, because otherwise I'm gonna die. That's not gonna be fun. Is this the one that has the fairy? I'm playing Zelda's Lullaby. Yes. Okay, there we go. So I got myself some cover. That's actually really good. Okay, so the reason why I left the items the way I did is so I am prepped for stuff later on. So, alright. Time to be the best that no one ever was. If I would untarget Z. That's not a big deal. So I got a fairy. And if anything, I'm saving it so I don't lose my progress. Dang it, I didn't do it fast enough. I probably still could have saved it, but I like doing a swordless just because it gives me a sense of accomplishment. There we go. There you go, there's your swordless. And we have to do that multiple times. So getting it that time was perfectly fine with me. Oh wow. That was completely wrong. Hey. So that's now 2 spiritual stones and now 1 medallion out of 6. So we're on our way. Alright, so what does this mean exactly now that I've skipped the door of time to go to adult? Well, this means that now forevermore throughout the rest of the run, I have to do a dot skip to access the pedestal of time. Which isn't a bad thing, but it's not the best thing. Reason being is now I have to go back and forth doing that. The plus, or the even bigger bonus is now every time I do dot skip, I have to now save warp if I go from child to adult. I can go vice versa for the door of time for child Link, but adult Link will cannot for some reason. I could be wrong, but yeah, it is relatively annoying a little bit. So, but that's not a big deal because we're actually going to try to stay as an adult as long as possible. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be completing Dodongo's Cavern as an adult. The bonus perk of that is yeah, we're going to be doing a whole bunch of things. So what we're going to be doing is we're actually going to be... So I forgot to actually go and grab the strength upgrade since I didn't go to Goron City. So what we're going to be doing is we're actually going to be going and grabbing the Hookshot, grabbing hover boots, and doing the Bogoron Sword trading sequence early. So essentially that means we're going to be doing Ice Cavern right off the bat. So Ice Cavern and Forest Temple, I should say. Actually, I think we need to do Forest Temple first. So Forest Temple is the way that we access the pedestal of time. Yeah. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna get the Giant's Knife. If I can. I don't think I can, actually. Oh wait, no, I can. Hold on, nope. I forgot. I didn't save it yet, so I can actually undo my mistake. Ha ha ha. See, I was thinking ahead. So because I didn't say I saved before dot skipping, I'm actually able to still get the Goron bracelet. So I actually can undo that. So you guys will get to see me do dot skip an extra time than I was planning. Lucky you. I just remembered that, Jane. And I'm glad I did before I hit save. Oh, that would have made me panic a little bit. Okay. I think that's why I routed it the way I did. Yeah. Okay. So that was a time waster, but that's not a big deal. It's more important that I actually get it. So the Dongos Cavern will still work for our next endeavor. Okay. I'll also take off my hat. It's a little warm in here. Yeah, see my funky hairdo. Because it might be out of place since my hair was still out by the time I put on my hat. All right. Okay, so now that we have the Goron bracelet and saved it, we can now actually leave and do a whole bunch of other things instead. Like for instance, actually going and getting the Master Sword properly now this time, which we get to see the cutscene again. Which it probably should have triggered in my mind, oh hey, I already saved before. So we didn't have to watch a cutscene, but whatever. That's not a big deal. Because this is a casual-ish run, in my opinion. Yeah, so to actually save myself you're getting dealt damage. I did that just for the sake of it. You don't have to. You don't have to blow up the entrance, because it'll already be blown up when you're adult, but that cutscene will help me avoid getting dealt damage. Oops. So. Do 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 do. All right. Okay. First try that time. Woohoo. That time was a little bit better. There we go. Okay. Now we'll go to the Dongos Cavern once we make a quick pit stop. All right, so with the with kind of the setup we're going here for, there is a glitch that we can do called action swap. If and this is if we got Din's Fire. The Din's Fire spell is accessible for both adult Link and child Link. So if we would have gotten that, we could have done a glitch called action swap, and it would have allowed us to use Boomerang as adult, which could have gotten us an extra gold scatula right off the bat after save warping to get past the door of time for adult Link. But because we don't have that spell, we're not going to be able to get it normally that way. We're going to have to get it normally, which is get Hookshot. Which isn't a big deal. The Hookshot one-shots the gold scatulas, so we can actually get them faster. Also, Hookshot opens up a whole bunch of gold scatulas in there. And since we're going to Dodongo's Cavern after we get the Hookshot, we'll actually be able to have access to, I want to say, 2 to 3 more gold scatulas. I think 2. Judging by the count. But then we'll be able to get one in Goron City. So we're gonna be good on gold scatulas. And actually, I think we'll be able to get the wallet earlier than I was planning. So there, we got the light medallion in pseudo terms twice, even though that's not actually what happened. All right, so we're coming close to the 2-hour mark in terms of timer, which I believe is actually more than more or less the same than what I did with my PB for all dungeons. So hopefully it'll be more or less you know, faster for sure what I'm doing. All right, so here's the downside of not getting more than one bottle. So if I would have gotten more than one bottle, I would have been able to do a few more things faster in Ice Cavern. Because that one, its gimmick is to do, you have to use blue fire, in order to melt red ice. The problem is that I have to keep going back and forth to the blue fire, to get what I need. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be doing a series of jumps if I can manage it. If not, it's going to be me doing the puzzle like normal. But I'm going to be trying to utilize my blue fire efficiently, melting as much of red ice as possible. I will be having to go probably back in to grab another piece of blue fire. Per se, I don't know for sure. I might have to play around with it a little bit more, but it's gonna be a little bit tricky. So all right, so you might see on my C buttons I have bombs, but I don't have a bomb bag. So this is just a placeholder item. Every time you go to Adult Link, before you have bomb bag or before you have any of the items in particular, bombs will always be on your C down. And that can be a nice good placeholder for items, but we're not going to really worry about that. Mainly because we're just going to be replacing the item anyway with a different item, and we're going to be getting bombs as soon as we can. So it's like it's not going to be a huge deal that they're there. But we just won't be able to re-equip them until we get the bombs. All right. So we have to talk to Anju, the Cuckoo lady, because we need to get a specific item from her, the trading sequence item. This will help us save a blue fire later on. So I won't have to actually really go back into Ice Cavern, but I will have to grab another blue fire before we run out. Alright, so we finally got a shield for Adult Link. Really nice and really handy. Shields are very important to us to have. So they're probably about as important as bottles are in this run. Oh. Didn't realize he could spawn fire right off the bat. So this will not be the best Dampe quote-unquote race in the world. I can't get anything under a minute normally. For some reason to save my life. For instance, like that. So if I were ZFG level, I would be able to, but I'm not. So oh well. Hey, Storms. Or Stores. Sorry. I only speak English. I can't read that per se. Alright, so what can the hookshot do for us? Well, a great many things. If I can trigger it. There we go. So we did that so we can get back to the graveyard. Because we don't have Song of Time, we can't really get out that way, and the only other way is to save warp. But we need to be here just for the sake of being able to go back to Kakarika Village. Weird. Alright. Okay, so Hookshot, what can it do for us? Great many things. First of all, we can actually get a gold scatula right here, and then we'll be able to get all the gold scatulas needed basically in the next dungeon, as well as on our way to getting a warp song. There we go. Oh, come on. All right. Okay. All right. So we're gonna actually go into Dodongo's Cavern first. Yeah, just to keep it a little bit simpler and easier. If I remember the way. Alright. Okay, so there is a way to skip this cutscene. There we go, I did it. With the frame rate drop, I don't ever time that right, so. And we can actually skip Navi's little spiel. I guess I didn't get it. Whatever, that's not a big deal. We need her to get done talking anyway, so no harm, no foul. So, why are we here as Adult Link? Well, if we would have done this as child, we would have had to done a great many things to avoid a bunch of stuff. But with Adult Link, with his added height, we actually can avoid doing some of the glitches, along with do a few more things. Like, for example, there is a switch that's on top of a pillar in the middle of the room. Normally, we would have to use Child Link to like do a side hop onto a statue and then quickly roll off to get on top. Adult Link can avoid that and just go pull himself up on top of the pillar, which also gets it so that he can get to the switch. Not only get to the switch quicker, but avoid the fire keys. And even then, the fire keys, if they hit Adult Link, it doesn't burn the shield. And since our shield is important to us, we need to keep it as much as possible and not waste time collecting rupees and getting a replacement shield. So it's actually really good that we came here this way. The one caveat to doing Dodongo's Cavern this way is actually there is a way to clip out of bounds in this room. If I do it the same way Child Link can for getting up here. So we need to avoid doing that. That's why his out of height really comes into benefit for us. Okay, sweet. Another thing to his added benefit of height is actually his jump distance. So we can actually avoid doing a mini boss here if we just time a jump here. And get the bomb back extremely early. All right. And so now we have bombs. So that's good for us. And actually, I need to put that there. Yeah. All right. It's okay. All right. So I'm gonna be. We don't normally need to hit this switch, but I've had trouble getting the cutscene to trigger and the bomb to explode at the same time. For the Dongo head. So. We're just gonna be right here. I was actually gonna hope to do that on the bridge, and I forgot you can just climb on the head. So that'll work. Alright, another bonus to Link's added height is we can actually go about this way instead. Avoiding any of this room. The one crummy thing about grabbing my fairy for the dot skip insurance is now I can't do a specific trick that actually avoids having to push the block down for getting getting the boss door open, which isn't a big deal. It just would have been cool to show off. All right. So doing this trick here will get us, it's called a ground jump. This will allow us to get some extra height. And then with Link's added height, it kind of makes it nice. And I can't shield. Power crouch stab to save my life. A moment. All right. On. Dang it. It's like just barely. Yeah. All right. So having the Bogoron Sword here would have been a little nicer, but we don't need it, so. Okay. So because the Deku Stick does the same, it actually does the same amount of damage as the Master Sword, so this fight would have happened the same way either way, regardless if we were Adult Link or Child Link. So this way we don't have to waste sticks, and yeah, we have the added height bonus of Adult Link. Alright, so that is the Dongos Cavern done. So all the child dungeons are complete. We are going to be getting the Song of Time and whatnot, but we still have to do dot skip stuff. So what we're going to be doing now is actually we're going to be going to Shadow Temple next. The reason why is this is one of the important items that we need to have in order to complete our dot skip for Adult Link. It's a necessary item. It's it also kind of breaks every other dungeon if we get it early, and whatnot. So it's an added benefit for us, along with the fact that we actually don't have to worry about doing like all the dungeons, which is really nice. Another added perk of being Adult Link is you get the Child Link stuff and Child Link Shrink. Not to mention the Goron Ruby has disappeared because it's already on. It's in the Temple of Time, technically. So. Alright, so this is the part of the run that I think is a little bit finicky, and I say finicky very loosely because I learned this new trick, but it's kind of hard still because you have to yeah, you have to do a whole bunch of stuff. So here's another cool thing. If you complete the Dongos Cavern as Adult Link, you actually get put back close to Kakariko Village, which is actually a good thing for us. Because now that means we can get this gold Scatula. And now we don't have to collect anymore throughout the rest of the run. Because we have 30 here, we'll be able to get the maximum wallet and actually be able to have enough to purchase one of the tunics that we'll be able to that we need to complete the game. Because we'll be able to rupee farm naturally throughout the game. Alright, so now we have the maximum wallet we can carry for rupees. We only really need it to collect 300. So, other than that, we don't really need it. So. Alright. So now going back to Goron City, we're actually going to be able to kind of do a few different things. All right. So he's actually talking about Fire Temple here, and we're not gonna actually do that for quite a while. But it is rather cool. Rather interesting tales that he speaks of. Alright. Okay, so now we can actually survive Fire Temple. That's really, really good. This will allow us to do a whole bunch of crazy things. Just kidding, not really. It's not really any different. What we can get here is rupees. So we'll be naturally going up to 300 here soon. All right. Okay. So in order to complete the game, we also need magic in order to shoot light arrows, because we're not going to be skipping Ganondorf. We're going to be going straight to we're going to be going to fighting Ganondorf in this. So we do need magic, and this is actually a perfect time to go get it. We've kind of been avoiding it, so... Alright. Okay. Alright. So yeah, so most all dungeon runs I think have already quote-unquote ended, most. But because I'm doing this as part of my 3-heart challenge and counting as 3-heart challenge stuff, with its pseudo rules that I'm doing, this is going to be not necessarily going to be fastest, of course. So all right. So now naturally, what we got to do there. And then to avoid having our tunic and shield eaten, I'm going to be switching back to green tunic for the duration of the run for a bit. Okay. Yeah. So now that we got magic, we're gonna now go grab bombs. We need kind of a refill, just to do specific glitches for a boss later on. And actually, you know what? To save on my bombs, I might actually do Forest Temple first, because now at this point, we're good to do whatever. We're good to kind of go free reign on what dungeons we do at the moment. And for right now, it's technically Shadow Temple, but I think what I can do is just go, go to Forest Temple, go grab the bow so I can make it easier on myself for Shadow Temple. So that's like kind of like the reason why we're going there a little bit early, is just to say we can. Well, really, we're just going there just to grab, yeah, we're just going really over there just to complete it. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll actually go to Forest maybe instead. That way I can have the bow so I don't have to waste bombs on something else. But I still need to go over there just to get rubber boots. I said I was gonna switch to Goron or the Kiri tunic. Okay, so we're actually coming in here for a reason. This pot, one of these pots here actually has a bomb drop constantly. And one of these also has like an arrow and decadent magic drop. So we get these and farm here quickly a lot of the time. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save Shadow Temple for a little bit later. So I'll actually go to Ice first. That way we can get the Bogoron Sword and it'll be easier. So I need to grab Epona. The reason being is that Epona will allow us to complete the Bogoron Sword training sequence significantly faster. And I mean really significantly faster. The problem is that we actually need to have her in a specific position, and the only way we can really do that is we actually get her first. I don't have a Epona song, so I can't necessarily do that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna save it here, because now I can really see a little bit easier. But also because I need, if I screw up, I actually have to reset so I don't have to farm bombs. So okay, that didn't work. Okay, that's... Dang it. That was too slow. There we go. Okay, so now I have ISG. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, there we go. That worked. So normally I would do that trick. So that trick will work here to get Epona early without racing Gorman. As well as it would work in Ganon's tower. Ganon's tower in particular The reason why it's so good there is so that we can avoid doing trials. But I'm actually not going to do it there just because as you saw, it was kind of a little bit iffy for me, and I don't want to screw it up. But there is luckily another way we can do a trial skip, and it's a lot easier and actually saves on bombs. So I'll be doing that instead. All right. Okay. We're doing good. Alright, so we just need to position Epona. Come on. Alright, that's way not what I wanted. Okay. That's all we needed. Epona. Wow. All right. I'm only switching it for now just because I do need to do something later. Okay. All right. So now we don't have to ever come back here for a little bit, but when we do, it's going to be with the green tunic, so that's why I switched it, just to show off that it shows a timer. For now, what we're doing is we're going to be going the Lost Woods, getting not getting the song, but we're going to be going and getting our Zora tunic and whatnot. All right. Okay, so we're gonna unfreeze King Zora right now, but we're not gonna actually do anything about it until later. And there's a nice, cool way we're gonna do that. It's essentially like we're gonna do something. Yeah, it's a little bit finicky. Okay, that didn't work. Okay. Okay, I'm like doing it a little too early. Crap, he loaded in. Okay. Get there. Okay, so there we go. We unfroze him there. We need to keep him off screen while doing that. We'll be doing something with him later on, but we're not gonna excuse me, we're not gonna talk to him right now. Alright, so we need to get rid of this fairy. There we go. Okay. Okay, so Ice Cavern time. Ice Cavern, it's interesting. So it's a mini dungeon, but at the same time, it's the length of a regular dungeon. Okay. Alright, this will be nice and quick. What? Dang it. Wow. Get up, Link, quick. There we go. Don't know how I missed that, but whatever. Alright. Okay, so that got us our health back. We could have gotten it back from the ferry. Oh, bombs. That's perfect. Okay. Okay. So that blue fire is good for us because it's needed to complete this mini dungeon. But in other great assorted things, it will allow us to access the Zora shop, which is what's more important at the moment. Alright. Okay, that was nice. Yeah, I didn't want him hitting me. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna avoid doing that multiple times. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do that. Okay. Okay. And then this blue fire is important, so we're not going to actually use it at the moment. Okay. So each silver rupee, I believe, is worth 5. So that's actually nice for us. And now we'll have to come back into this room later, or I guess another room with blue eye. Yeah, with blue fire. So we could super slide here if we wanted to get past it, but I wanted to kind of ensure. So. Alright. Okay, so we're gonna get a really nice warp song that we're gonna be using quite a bit. So. Alright, and since speedrunning rules apply here, I can't pause my timer if I have to go use the restroom. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna, like, as soon as it asks for the song prompt, I'm gonna hurry and go run to the bathroom really quick. Probably should have done that during this cutscene here, but didn't want to risk it. So all right, and so with that, Ice Cavern is complete. We're actually gonna go to Forest Temple next. Okay. So we're gonna actually, instead of leaving, we're gonna be if I can. There we go. So now we have 300. That will get us the whatever it's called, the tunic, which I'll be getting like right now too, along with this extra item. So crap, I didn't mean to go off that angle. Well, that's That was kind of fun. Gotta see what kind of geometry Ocarina of Time has. Okay. Alright, so Ice Cavern done, you know. So both mini dungeons are now done and over with, so we don't have to worry about it. I forgot that one's blocked off. Okay. So all we have to do for this next glitch is simple. We just have to hold R and it gives us the frog. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna hurry and buy Zora Tunic. That way we can not have to come back here for a second trip. Okay. Crap. Crap, I didn't mean to hold forward. It's this trick's cool, but yeah, it's kind of little. Okay, there we go. Crap, I meant to iron boots that a little bit. Whoops. Yeah, it's a little tricky. Come on. There we go. So that avoids going all the way around Hyrule. I kind of wish I had a little more time, but that's, not a big deal. But with opponent in position, we don't have to worry. So now all we have to do is just talk to the dude. Really? Alright, and so with this, that nifty little trick, we'll be able to now, go take the cool new medicine over to our friend Bogoron, and then depending on the time of day, we'll have to actually play Sun Song, multiple times. So you may be wondering which way we're going to be going. We're actually going to be going towards Lost Woods because that one gets us straight into Goron City versus Kakariko Village, you know. So. And since we got here when it turned night, we'll actually only have to play Sun Song 5 times instead of 6, which is really, really good. Yeah. So this will be good. Saving more time than I thought we would be, with kind of our little detouring. So, but once we get through this, we'll actually be good to tackle a lot more dungeons. Or I should say even like all of them, because that's all we really need is like once we start tackling all the dungeons, it'll just be like falling like dominoes, in terms of how fast we'll get done with them. So. Come on. So we use this timer to delay the other timer of the medicine, but we're gonna have to quick. There we go. So now we mitigated that timer a little bit. So there we go. So now we only have to play 5 Sun Songs. Which is really good because then now this means that we'll be able to get things all a lot sooner. So, all right. That's not what I meant, but okay. So 1. 2. So this will be number 3. 4. 5. All right. One. Okay, so now we got Bogoron Sword. That's really good. That means basically anything in the game will battle for us, essentially. So now what we're gonna do... Oops. We actually have to... whatchamacallit? We have to warp. So the shortcut for Death Mountain Crater only goes one way unless we have the Megaton Hammer. So we actually have to warp. And that's half the reason why we got it as early as we did. Okay. Actually, I don't need to switch to Bogoron Sword at the moment. That'll be later. So, now we're going to be tackling Forest Temple. I know it's not the crazy order that I promised, but we kind of need it this way because we're trying to avoid like, we need bombs, but we need to conserve our count. And I know for a fact that my super sliding and bomb hovering is not the best. So So what I do is I'm trying to avoid using it. But we'll still be doing the dungeons out of order, especially. So, the only reason why we would ever have to go to Child again is literally just for Spirit Temple. We don't have to go to, Well anymore. So, that's the only reason why we still need Child Link. Alright, so we're gonna get rid of the moblin right here, just for safety. Okay, so now that we're on top of the maze here, we can actually just go and skip all the way to getting over here, which is good. So now we don't have to ever do that ever again. The ground jump for that. Because we'll be warping here. So after Forest Temple, we'll go straight to Shadow, and then once we complete Shadow, we'll be doing Gerudo Fortress. The reason why we're doing Gerudo Fortress, which I forgot to put on there on the list. That's okay, because Gerudo's Fortress isn't technically considered a mini dungeon. It's Pirate's Fortress, that is. So, no need to worry about that. So, alright, so Forest Temple. It's kind of a... It's one of those temples that... Holy crap. Normally the wolf flows aren't that bad. Holy crap. Jeez. That was so not necessary. So normally I would have to do a whole bunch of temples just to get to Gerudo Fortress, but you actually really don't need to. All you really need to get there is either Epona, Longshot, or if you use glitches, you can do hover boots. And technically you don't even need that either, you just need bombs. But the reason why we do it this way is the reason why I'm doing it this way is so that way I have a means to get over to Gerudo Fortress and also to still be able to do what I need to do. So... Alright, so you may think that we need to go collect those Poes. You really don't. We just need to get the bow. And by any means necessary at that point, right? Okay, so this is where we can actually equip the... Can actually equip the Bogoron Sword here. Okay. I need to I need to get that fairy as quick. Dang it. Whatever. That's not a big deal. I was just hoping to hit the fairy in case I died to the Stalfos fight. It's not a big deal. Okay. So you may be wondering, how are we going to get past this block if we can't? Oh. Come on. Okay, so I'm gonna do that setup again. Wow. Okay. That's how we get past it. We just clip through the block. Just like any normal person would. Alright. Now, technically, we can avoid lowering the water in the well entirely. We don't have to really be doing this. I just like to do it just to kind of keep myself fresh in the dungeon. As well as we like to get some extra goodies. Okay. Plus, I don't actually think you can, like, since you're not supposed to have the stuff this early, I don't think you're supposed to be able to grab the chest here, but we'll try it. And if not, I'll have to actually go back and cycle back. There we go. So you can. But you're not supposed to climb vines underwater. Alright, so that is good to know for future runs. I can avoid going there entirely. I just have to jump into the well on the left side. Okay. Alright. So we don't have the hover boots, which isn't a big deal. We're not gonna be skipping something major. It would just mean us getting access to up above early. Which again is not a big deal. So okay. Alright, let's get through this puzzle really quick, then we'll go get the bow. Okay. Come on, get up. Okay. So the only reason why we're getting the bow, is really just because we need it for other dungeons. We don't, and we need the quiver for light arrows for the end of the game. You actually really don't need to have the bow for this dungeon's boss. You can actually just use a hookshot, but I find it easier with the bow. Oh, we'll still be doing the boss key skip anyway, just because it's really cool. I enjoy it. So this avoids a Navi text trigger, for at least that hallway in particular. That was for the wall masters. So those pose can stay in the painting forever and trapped for all eternity. Okay, so now we have to do it again. So yeah, they hit me. I was trying to do SG there, but it's not a big deal that I missed it. Just as long as I can recover my health. Alright. So bow obtained. That's really good. Okay. So now we're going back to the main room. That's where the boss key skip was going to be taking place. Yeah, it's going to be it's a rather simple and easy trick that you can learn. It's not too difficult. I just recommend that you have the Bogoron Sword, mainly to kill the boss quickly. You don't necessarily need it. It's just nicer, because then it's like 2 hits. Or something like that. 2 or 3. Okay, so we gotta line it up with the door frame here. Okay. So you need to line up in between these 2 posts. There we go. You can get stuck there. So that's why I recommend that you do a jump slash right there. Okay, so this boss is actually rather easy, especially if you have the bow. So jump slash early. Well, if I can aim. There we go. Two. Okay. There we go. One more hit and then we can start wailing on him with our sword. we go. There we go. That's basically it. That is the entire boss. Alright. Okay. Alright, next up, Shadow Temple. We're doing this solely for the purpose of getting hover boots as early as possible so we can get to Spirit Temple. What we're doing is we're gonna go get the Requiem of Spirit, and then we can go to Child as soon as possible, but I think what we're I think the plan is I'll just do all the adult dungeons that I can right now. Just because I can and I'm already here as adult. And since I don't have to do any fancy anything else fancy for a while, like in terms of like doing any tricks or whatever. The sole purpose of me trying to do like Spirit early or whatever is literally just to show that I can, but I think I'm gonna save it. So all right, so what to do from here? So we can do a number of things. Like as soon as we get hover boots, we can essentially go back to Child. And that's not the point of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to get as much done as possible. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually do yeah, I'm gonna do Shadow and then probably Fire and Water, or something like that. Nature. Reason being is because if you do Fire and get Megaton Hammer, you can actually get over to the boss room without having to raise the water level. And that's what I think I'm gonna do. I don't know for sure though. Like I can, but I can choose not to. Alright, so we just found out that we're the Hylian everyone's been looking for. So that is nice to know. So now that I actually have the boat, I can actually do if I mess up the trick for Bongo, I can at least play or fight the boss normally. So it actually works out better this way. But again, it's not a necessity. Alright. That's not what I wanted. Whatever. I'll just walk up the normal way. Who needs to be fancy? we're just gonna walk up normally. Alright, so our next trick, what we're gonna do is we're gonna be going into Shadow Temple early, and the reason it's early, it's because we actually so the way you have to get in there, like if you were playing through a normal playthrough, is you actually have to be forest fire water. What we're going to be doing is actually getting on a ledge and actually walking to the entrance without any need for needing the song or a source of fire. Alright, we gotta head over here. We gotta actually, I like to actually have 20 bombs here for this dungeon. So we're gonna actually be getting some bombs right here. And arrows. And Deku Nuts and health. And in case we used any magic, which we haven't yet. Come on. There we go. There we go. Okay. So now that we've saved, we have everything we need to tackle Forest Temple. Alright. 1, 2. Dang it. That wasn't what I was supposed to do. One, 2, 3. Now I can actually do it. Come on. There we go. There we go. We just need an ISG so that we don't fall off here. There we go. Crap. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, that's not a big deal. We can do it all over again. This is why I wanted to hurry and get Shadow Temple out of the way, because this trick is I want to say a bit finicky. Okay. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Not a big deal now. Need to avoid getting hit as much as possible. Okay. Alright. There we go. And there's the entrance. And so now all we have to do is just line ourselves up with the stairs. And then avoid falling down. Okay. And now we're in Shadow Temple without a fire source and everything we need. Alright, so we do need that, and we do need... We'll need hover boots, but then after that we don't really need anything else, to be honest. Okay. Dang it, I missed the timing for that. You can actually hit him again consecutively while he's trying to go down. But you have to like hit him just right, like right before. But it doesn't really matter because we have the Bogoron Sword, so 2 hits with it is just what we need. And now we have hover boots, so it'll actually be really nice for us to get done with the thing. Alright. Ocarina fix the counter because it actually is looking like it's not right. There we go. Much better. So, okay, so we have to move it twice. Okay. That's only one part. We actually have to do 2 things. We have to actually get a small key as well. That's not what I want. Ow. Okay. Come on. Alright. There we go. Now if we die, which I'm really hoping that we don't, because I really don't have a fairy, we can now actually do, we don't have to clip anymore. So this is probably where I would go and hurry and grab a fairy if I really needed to, but I don't, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, actually I do need the Master Sword for this part. Alright, so for this next part, we're gonna try not to die, of course, but we're gonna be getting the boss key in an unconventional way, which may lead to a death. Depending on drops. Just fall down. It's down, let's fall. Yep. Now fall. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so for right now, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hurry and grab hearts from across the way. Since that will help prevent a death, but yeah, okay, so yeah, I won't be able to. That's great. Okay. So not to worry, not a big deal. Yeah, so this will mean a death for sure. That's great. Okay, this will mean a death. That's okay. The death doesn't really matter as long as I get the key. Actually, I can avoid it. Okay. Still deathless. I forgot the abusive power of save warping. Alright, so now I don't have to do that trick anymore. put that there and grab that. That. Okay. Okay, so now this is where it kind of stinks that we save warped, because now I have to do that fairy again. But what's nice is I'll have full health at this point, or close to it, so it won't be a big deal. And with Bongo, it won't matter either, because we're going to be trying to do a trick that actually avoids the cutscene and avoids fighting him in general. But if that doesn't work, I'm going to just play the fight like normal. Just, please. That's really bad. Okay, there's one. And there's two. Okay, finally. For some reason, I don't know why they just don't fall off every time. Okay, so now we can put on our fancy spyglass and continue. I'm guessing no frame drops, but I can't see it at the moment, and honestly I really don't mind. So okay. So for order for this to work, I actually have to not enter with rubber boots. Okay. Okay, I didn't get it, but that's okay. It's not a big deal. It just means now I have to do, I have to now equip the bow. Hey, so that sucks I didn't get the trick, but that's okay. That's not a huge deal breaker for me. It was one of those new tricks that I learned, so it wasn't like, it's not ingrained into my brain like dot skip is and whatnot. I just have to avoid the angular container. I don't remember where it spawns. Okay. Alright, so now I think Water Temple will be next. That'll do. Just because I wanna try to avoid doing anything like that. So we'll do water first since we have hover boots early. It's not gonna really matter with the water level stuff. I'm gonna still have to do that. It's not a big deal. So. I believe this is like way faster so far than what I've done in the past for my speedrun challenge or speedrun race for this for all dungeons. Alright, so yeah, we come back here, and then we can't enter Shadow Temple ever again, which isn't a big deal. Yeah, we don't have to ever enter Shadow Temple again, unless we wanted to do like 100% stuff, so... We're now gonna head over to Water Temple. That one's pretty short as well. I think the longest dungeon we actually have to do is Spirit. So that one we have to go back in time. But we actually, to avoid any kind of like shield burning, I'm gonna equip the Hylian shield as soon as possible. So. Oh wait, I do have to go back in time for this. Shoot. It's not a big deal. So. Alright, so we opened Water Temple at least. That's actually kind of a good thing. So we're gonna have to do dot skip an extra time, which isn't a big deal. Actually, no, we don't. No, we don't. This is why I put Spirit Temple. This is actually why I put Spirit Temple next. So actually, I take that back. We'll be doing Spirit Temple next. I lied. Well, part of it. So. Actually, do want to have the bow. And this one. Alright. I think we'll be okay. Oh, come on. Get on the horse. Suck. I put her in a weird spot. There we go. Oh no, a big Poe. Whatever shall we do? Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do half a spirit temple since we'll need to be there as child anyway. And child will also get us a Song of Time and Ocarina Time, which yeah we can avoid, but I can't get Weird Shot to work properly for some odd reason. And the trick that you have to do involves Weird Shot and doing some weird displacement thing for load zones. It's actually kind of hard to do for typical Ocarina Time like glitching. So I try to avoid it at the moment. Okay. Right, we have to... There we go. I forgot to press A. So we'll need to make it night just to kind of make it easier on ourselves and avoid triggering any of the guards. So... Alright. That's okay, opponent can just stay there. We'll be masked by the dead of night. Alright. Oh, I just realized the Store's just wrote his sentence upside down. I'm sorry, I can't believe I thought it was a different whatever it's called. Different language, sorry. I was just glancing over at the time when you wrote it. I'm sorry. If you're still here. I now feel embarrassed. Okay. Okay. There we go. All right. There we go. Yeah, there we go. I think what this run's gonna be is gonna be like a 4-hour run, to be honest. With all the extra additive stuff. If I was able to do anything that all dungeons allows, I probably could get this way less time than it should be. But it's not a huge deal if it's not. Right. Okay. This is the third one. Normally, typically saved for the fourth. But yeah, this seems to be... This seems faster to me to do this one third just because it ends up taking less time to hurry and get to the guard tower. All right. There we go. Oh, stop it. Thank you. Okay, so now watch. This I believe it's either 1.0 exclusive or not. I don't know for sure. Or at least can't remember off the top of my head. But watch the Gerudo headmaster. So her tunic her outfit matches Link's tunic color. What also makes it really special is it'll actually match the bomb flashing color too. So you can make it kind of a somewhat like RGB kind of setup. It's really nice. And looking, I would think a nice little like touch or whatever. But we're not going to view it because this is a run. All right. I can't remember. Can you talk to this one? Nope. Okay, it has to be the one on top. Which is funny. Okay. So I'm only doing this because it's actually easier to view, see the wasteland during the day. I don't know why it is, it just is. And doing this just to get past it. Alright. Crap, I didn't mean to turn it off. There we go. So I only have to follow the ghost like so far. And then we don't have to worry about it. I actually just shoot a straight shot at this point. Alright. Okay, so one of the rules is Nehru's Love is banned. When I did a practice run of this, I actually never ended up using it. So it's not really, you know, a big deal, but just want to make sure that everyone knows that it's banned. Just to kind of give it more of a challenge. Not to mention, because I don't have access to Master Quest, like specifically the 3DS version, which ends up dealing more damage or whatever, I'm giving myself that extra kind of like restriction to kind of make it a little easier on me. Alright. Alright. So we don't have to worry. We just have to worry about going inside the dungeon. We don't actually have to do anything about it. So. Alright, so the only thing we need to do left as child is literally just do this, the child half of Spirit Temple. We don't have to actually do anything else as child. We only have to worry about that one portion. It's really nice. Alright. I'm gonna go get Prelude of Light. The only reason why we need it is literally just to avoid just to avoid save warping, and not to mention yeah, just to do some, just to get Sheik out of the way for the pestle. Okay. Yeah. So now you get to see the adult version of Dot Skip. So what we do, literally just line up this angle here. Equip hover boots. That's it. That is it. It's really cool. I just wish there was a way to reverse it so you don't have to keep save warping, but whatever. It's not a big deal. There is a way that we can do it and skip doing this cutscene. But honestly, it's not really a big deal, to be honest. So. Okay. So now we got the Prelude of Light. I'm not gonna mark Spirit Temple until we complete the whole thing, as in get the medallion. So it will be unmarked for a little bit. But we'll be marking it off once we actually do it. All right, so like I said, the only reason we're going back in time right now is just to get the Ocarina of Time right now, as well as As well as we're gonna try to get half a Spirit Temple done. So that was reverse dot skip. That is a child exclusive trick. It sucks that it's child exclusive, but it's not really a big deal. So okay, we're gonna get a fairy here just for the sake of getting it. Okay. Then we're gonna go back to our ranged. I can show off action swap here if I really want to. I probably won't. Just because it's, I don't want to risk soft locking the game. Or hard locking it. But I'll show it off, with an item I do know, in a bit. So the reason why the drawbridge isn't there is because we beat all the child dungeons prior, without ever getting an Ocarina of Time. So that's the Ocarina of Time trigger cutscene right there. But it doesn't trigger for some reason because we're not on solid ground. So that's why. So we're getting the Song of Time. That's the most important thing. The Ocarina isn't really a big deal. Like, we can use the Fairy Ocarina and be fine and just, like, write in the Song of Time into our inventory, but for the sake of, you know, for the sake of the run, I'm getting it just to avoid doing something hard, doing it as intended. Alright, so what the plan is if I hit, so instead of hitting Ganon's Tower as a completion first, I'm going to actually hit the timer, so I can have the exact time of ending. I will mark it off afterwards during the end cutscene after I hit the timer. So if I had to guess, I want to say I'm about 4 hours ahead of my, 4.5 hours ahead of my PB. And that was, and I say PB loosely because it was actually segmented in 3-hour chunks, across like the span of like 3 days or whatever. So we ended up, yeah, it ended up being a little weird. Not to mention, we ended up like helping each other out. So like I would pause like my play session to help one of my friends out when they were stuck if they couldn't do it and needed help. All right. Okay. All right, so now that we got that, we can actually complete the rest of Water Temple without any hiccups. We actually need to use all the small keys that we get in Water Temple in order to get the big key, or the boss key, I should say. So, all right. with our ocarina in hand. Let's go complete Spirit Temple. Okay, so this one dialogue is the only dialogue I actually don't remember like how to do it. Like I know like I know what the dialogue is. I just, because it's in Japanese, I can't read it. And so I don't remember which one to select. So I might select the wrong one by accident. So if I do, that's not a big deal. It just would be preferable to not. Looks like I won't be able to get some magic here. Okay, that one I mashed through it. Yeah, it's the bottom one. Alright. Alright. Yeah, so the reason why I wanted to do this as a single segment literally was just because I wanted to see if I could beat my PB and not keep it single segmented or whatever. Do it segmented. If this were just a normal 3-heart challenge, like my Twilight Princess run that I did, I would be doing it completely different, so. Not allowed, not today. We're not going through that door just because that's not the door that we need to go through. Right, and now I have sticks. This part I can actually now put on my Deku Shield and be okay. Whoa. Nice hover. Okay. So now I don't need it. I believe this is not a small key, is it? Yeah, no, this is if my Deku Shield burnt up or whatever. Oh. Oops. So you only need fire to really kill those enemies. And if you have Din's Fire, you actually could do this without hitting the switch. Problem is that I, again, wanted to do as minimal as possible. So collecting Din's Fire would have, negated the minimalism a bit. Come on. let's see if... Dang it. I wanted to do something like that, but... Okay, it's not a big deal. We can... Dang it. Well, that sucks. And I ran out of seeds, almost, so... But luckily, we don't need seeds where we're going. So... Nuts, and I believe seeds? No bombs, okay. Alright. There's our seeds. Wow. I like magnetized without actually magnetizing. Alright. So, this room in particular, we actually can use just bombs, so we can avoid getting bomb chews. Especially because we know of a trick to skip. Okay, well, that goes hurt. Oh, okay. There we go. So that just avoided, that was the only thing that we needed to avoid getting bomb chews. The rest of the run, we don't need bomb chews. Okay. Alright. We need this. So this room we have 3 factors we have to worry about. We have to worry about getting the torch lit. We have to worry about getting rid of all the BMOS. There's the bomb drop. Okay. Okay. So, kind of a few different things we have to do. This is kind of half the reason why we try to avoid doing any of these rooms. Okay, so there's part 1. Here's part 2. And then part 3 is getting all the torches lit. Oh, come on. One more. Okay. So I'd open the door, but now we have to actually get there's a key in this room that we can get. I still have my fairy, right? Yeah. Okay. so I actually went around an extra step, but that's not a big deal. Alright, so the mini-boss for the first dungeon item in this dungeon actually will one-shot me no matter what I do. So I actually need to recover my health here. Switch to my Deku shield. And actually... avoid getting hit like that. No! No! No. Dang it. I was hoping to avoid a death. Dang it. About 4 hours in and what? We're halfway done, if not more. Dang it. That was pretty good for deaths. I kind of figured I was gonna die there. Just because it's an iron knuckle. But I think what I could do, I think I can do the same thing like I do with Adult Link, where I can just stay behind his throne and avoid it. But yeah, that really sucks. Dang it. And I don't think there's another fairy I can get at the moment, so... Well, dang it. Yeah, the Iron Knuckles are the only thing that are like 3-heart challenge, like run killers. And there's 2 at the end, so it's not like it's gonna be a cakewalk for those. Alright. Okay, I can now switch back to my Deku shield. Okay. Why? Why? No! I didn't even turn around. I'm gonna save it. I don't really care. But that's bullcrap. Holy shiz. Like... Link, for, like, heck's sake, man. I kind of want to see if, like... I wonder if ISG would work better for that fight, but... Ugh. I had it too, like... I had a rhythm going, but because my freaking joystick flick back, like, triggered Link to go backwards, it kind of, like, completely screwed me over. Okay, so I don't need bombs anymore, that's good. I can just do that. Dang it. Okay, but I know to grab a fairy right before... before I go, continue. Alright, so that's unfortunate. But I need to not waste any more time with that fight. I need to get done with the fight. Okay, I think once I get into the map room, like the main hub room, I think I'm okay to swap. Okay. What? Camera! No! Dude, the freaking camera screwed me up. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, that was freaking bullshit, dude. The one flaw of Zelda games, the camera is like complete garbage in like many situations. It just completely screws you over. No. Iron Knuckles, go die. What's nice is once I get to the adult Link versions of all these fights for the Iron Knuckles, it'll actually be relatively easy just because of the fact that it's I'm gonna have the Bogoron Sword. Dude, I need to not be near a wall. Come on. There we go. Okay. Stress relieved. Okay. All right, but now that this means I can just worry about doing dot skip again for one last time. All right, so what So there is a so I can either do one of like 3 dungeons. I can either do fire, water, or spirit now. At this point, I don't have to worry about it anymore. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish spirit since I'm already doing it. That way I can just worry about completing that one and then continuing on to something else. So okay. All right, one last time. There we go. Nice. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna do. No, because I need to get the long shot first. It's easier to do for it. So I'm gonna go do Water Temple first, actually. Okay, so you may notice it still shows Fairy Ocarina. That is because I kept the Ocarina equipped on my C button item, so it's still gonna be that way for Adult Link. But it's not gonna actually stay that way. I'm gonna have to unequip the Ocarina at some point. So, because I have to unequip the boots, or not unequip the boots, unequip the Ocarina at some point in time, I'm gonna try to utilize as much as possible. Okay. All right. So this one needs bombs, arrows there. All right. So also another fun, a quick fun fact. Dark Link actually, as a mini boss, actually has the same amount of health as you do. So with this 3-heart challenge, he actually is going to be a cakewalk. Because of me having 3 hearts, his health pool is the same as mine. And with the Bogoron Sword, I can actually essentially one-shot him. And I say essentially very loosely because that would imply that I would need to have the whatchamacallit, I would have to have jump attack slashes, and he doesn't play nicely to those, so it's not going to really work out that way, so. Trying to remember, like, Okay, never mind. I was gonna say there's a trick you can do to get to the second floor without having to raise the water level, with the hover boots, and I don't. Apparently, can't do it. Alright. Okay. So what we need to do is we actually need to get we need to get all the small keys we can in this dungeon. And it's usually just clockwise in a circle. And I say clockwise in the circle very loosely because there is certain points to it. So, all right, come on. Okay. So this is where Ocarina of Time 3D actually really shines, with its boot swapping mechanics, since you can swap your boots kind of like at like any time. I'm not gonna be able to, so it's fine. All right. There. There. Now we don't have the current really hitting us. And that's how we avoid those enemies. Yeah, it's a pretty straightforward dungeon that we have to actually, like, do, to be honest. There. Right. So we have to use a small key to get a small key, and that's okay because we're actually unlocking important points in the temple for us to switch the water levels. So, but without the Megaton Hammer, I won't be able to do the nice cool trick to get to the dungeon boss, or not early, but whatchamacallit, earlier than I want to, if that makes sense. And it's not even like early, it's just to avoid having to raise the water level like 2 more times, is it? So. Alright. So now we're gonna have like a bunch of clam enemies and spike balls. So the hover boots actually really break this dungeon a little bit. Not as much as the other dungeons. The hover boots in this one in particular, they only really help you out with a few things. One of which is avoiding the water level changes on your way to Dark Link's chamber. And then the other one would be like helping you out in Morpha's fight, which isn't really too big of a difference to notice. So okay, so I'm trying to remember if this is, yeah. So that's the compass, I believe. So we don't have to go in here. But when we do raise the water level, we'll have to raise it, or we'll have to go in on the right side one more time. All right. Okay. I'm gonna hurry out of the bathroom real quick. All right, I'm back. Let's get to it. All right. So now we got 3 small keys. What are we gonna do with them? We're gonna go straight to Dark Link's chamber. There's 2 more keys that we need to get after this, and this will just help us get the boss key. So, crap. Don't hit me. Get down here. Oh. Oh. Hold on. I can already answer it. I just didn't realize you were DMing and it didn't pop up. Okay, so. So what do you mean by auto firing? Per se, like, are you talking about like maintaining the second and third controller, or are you talking about like something like triggering your AFK boosters? Oh, okay, so yeah, so there is a way to do it. I have it set up on my Steam controller, so I'll have to like pull it up when I'm done with the run. If you're gonna be on a little bit later, I can also get on like a call with you and show you what I do. It's the same concept as what you do to switch the when you switch controller inputs. It's the same kind of setup. You just have to tell it to activate the gamepad input, but be on the on a different whatever it's called, different gamepad number. It should work while you're still using like controller, like true controller, and not be limited to keyboard and mouse. But it's a little bit trickier because it's a toggle of sorts. It's not a normal setup. So, all right. So I could have avoided that trigger, but that wasn't. Well, it's not a big deal. I wanted to make sure I got over there. Well, so it's not rapid fire. It's you hold. It's still telling you to hold it, but it's constantly going off. Like you're toggling. It's like having the map toggle on and off on or the action wheel. Like natively in game, if you press the right bumper, it just toggles the action wheel on and off. It's the same kind of concept, except you're telling it to do it within Steam input and not the game. So the game thinks you're holding the trigger the whole time, when really you're just toggling it on and off. It's a pretty standard setup. I think I know I can stun him. There we go. It's all good. Yeah, it's not too complicated. I just have to show you it. It's better to show you than to tell you, because it's kind of tricky to explain it. And it's kind of getting into a little bit more advanced-ish Steam input setup, which it's not too difficult if you know what you're doing, and it's still not super difficult because it's essentially like mode shifting. So wait, so what problems do you see? Because I was gonna say, I'm like, well, so You can make them. That's what you're supposed to. You're supposed to make them a toggle instead of a hold. What I recommend you do. So I recommend that you have to you use a chord press. I'm gonna void out here. Oh, come on, get out. You know what? I'm just gonna accept my fate. Holy crap, that was silly. Yeah, you can make them a toggle. Just the problem is that if you don't do it with a chord press, then you lose out functionality on your gamepad. What I recommend you do is the chord input that you use to switch gamepads with, use that same one and use it on the ABXY to do the quote-unquote shortcuts while switching inputs. And that way when you switch inputs back, it won't or that way when you use it, you don't have to worry about switching inputs. All right. Oh my gosh, I can't aim. Okay. So now we just need one more small key in that, then we can go straight to the boss. I think this one we actually have to like long shot to. No, we don't. What you could also do is do something like what I was doing before, which is you can actually turn your mode shift for switching gamepads into a cycling, kind of like toggling, where it will switch gamepads for you, and then it won't constantly do it, but it'll switch between 1, 2, 3, and 4, and only have to have it on one button. That way it's a little bit easier for you to remember. Trying to avoid my fairy use, but it's not going to be a big deal because there's fairies like right before the boss room. Yeah, and I just realized why it doesn't show me streaming on my Discord. I forgot I turned it off, the friend thing at the time. I was trying to, I'm not gonna say try to avoid a friend, but I shut it off last night because I was it would have told people in a friend or in a Discord server that I'm in that I'm online when I went to bed like extremely early last night. The one downside I will tell you, Chiku, if you're still here, that the auto firing, it's a little bit tricky because you're trying to use a single button toggle to control for both boosters, or I guess all boosters if you're doing 3 for some odd reason. So like what I recommend you do is you try to get it contained to the same. So you have it contained to the same button, but you just have to remember that you have to press it twice for the second booster because it's already toggled on. And sometimes the game won't register that it's automatically on when you switch gamepads. Oh, wait. No, I don't think this will work. I don't think I can get to the boss key now. Crap. Shoot. I'll try it. Yeah, it's kind of weird. But I mean it works, and the only thing you have to tell it is to to toggle the trigger. The button, the shortcuts you don't have to, and that's actually kind of nice that you don't have to do that for that. Okay, sweet, I can still get to it. Okay. It's not super hard if you I'll help you out as soon as I'm done with the run. It's not gonna be too long since I only have to do like 2 or 3 more dungeons at this point. I'm gonna die. Suck! Why am I stuck? Just kill me, please, I swear. Except I have my fairy! So why couldn't I move with the freaking hover boots on? Whatever. Now I have to wait for another boulder. There we go. There we go. So now the boss will be quick, you know. Yeah, I just have to do 2 more temples, essentially, because this one's already done. And then I'll be able to help you out. Ew, that 3 deaths. I'm salty on that. Because those 3 deaths were all from the freaking Iron Knuckle. I'm kind of triggered by that. Because I could have avoided it entirely. Alright. I'm trying to think what I need for the, there. That way I can, be prepped for Fire Temple. Actually, if you really want to be prepped for Fire Temple, there. Don't hit me, 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 don't hit me. Dang it. Dang it. Okay, don't hit me. Please. Please. Thank you. Okay. So now I can use hover boots to help me get prepped for one of the boss triggers. Okay. Um, are you talking about like at the same time if you're using if you're using a controller to play a controller? With Steam input, you can only do one controller at a time. I think the only way you could, relatively do two commands at the same time is if you, were using keyboard and mouse and gamepad input at the same time. In Steam input, which you can do. So, but if you're using gamepad on gamepad, then no. So in terms of, yeah, so in terms of Redux, then yes, you could. Because of its built-in feature of being able to swap between players. Because then that way you can just tell it to switch to player 2 via the keyboard input, and then still use your controller simultaneously. But yeah, that would again, that would mean that you would need to do yeah, that would imply that you would need to set an action layer to be keyboard inputs, or not keyboard inputs. You would have to tell your controller to accept keyboard inputs while still being able to do a joystick at the same time. Which isn't difficult. It's just the problem is if the game will play nicely with that, in theory. Because if the game doesn't like to play nice with Steam input proper, like the way you think, then that method that could work on one game might not work on another. For instance, I have it set on I have figured out a way to make MMOs that do have gamepad support natively. You can make that universally sound across all MMOs, in theory. So that the right stick will feel like a camera and not be a mouse cursor in a sense. But the problem is that that same kind of setup might not work for any RPG like Titan Quest, where you want to have your movement option be the left stick, and that's all you do, because that's a more top-down based. So it just all depends, to be honest with you. Alright, so should I do the second half of Spirit now? I don't have to worry about it, or? Because I mean, no matter what I do, I'll still have to talk to Raru, so it won't matter. I'll just do Spirit next. Because that way it's only half a dungeon, and it's not like, it's not entirely the whole thing. Plus, not to mention, I'm gonna be using the fire tunic anyway to help get dealt less damage to fire in Spirit Temple anyway, so it's not a huge deal. I just need to make sure I don't get eaten by the like. Which I shouldn't have to if I yeah, I shouldn't have to, hopefully. That's not what I wanted. So I think after this game and this run, I'm probably gonna take a break from doing 3 hard challenges for a bit. If not, it's probably gonna be Wind Waker next, because that one in particular I'm interested in doing next, Because then that way I can get all the Wii U exclusive ones out of the way. I know that one's pretty long, especially even if you do glitches, it's gonna be long. Because I want to try and stretch the 3-heart challenge stuff throughout the year, but I might not at the same time, I don't know. I'm still figuring it out. So I don't want to go to that one. I want to go over here. Dang it, I missed it. That's fine. Really? I'll just hover boots it. I'm not gonna deal with this. Yeah, I really gotta run. Because there's a like right there. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. There we go. There. Okay. I could avoid doing this if I placed a bomb, but I don't want to waste my bomb count, so... Alright. Alright. This one's a small key. Wow, empty? That's kind of mean. Okay. And there go the bombs. Dang it. Okay, so now this will make this part easier. What the heck? Where's the last one? Oh, okay. Okay, so got it. Okay. There we go. Don't know why that wasn't working. Or that's fine. All right. Second iron knuckle, and I don't have a fairy. Or actually, no, I do. This will be a little bit easier. There. See, easier. Okay. Now Twin Rova is all I need to really now worry about for this dungeon. Okay. Okay. Wow. I thought I pressed A fast enough for it to miss that. Alright. So, if I ever do all dungeons again, there are a few things I will obviously be doing. I'll actually be, you know, of course, doing... Ugh, those freaking fire slugs. Like, their RNG really, like, completely screws me up. So, what I'm supposed to do is that. But I'm supposed to be getting knocked back first. So, that's where that's from. Yeah, so time saves, of course, less bathroom breaks, of course, is one thing. Another is, actually, like, doing an actual route that, like, run warps all over the place. Ooh, yay, bombs. No, hit me. Boy. That can happen. Oh, Sure, I'll take Dick and Nuts. All right. There. All right, Iron Knuckle number 2. Of 4. Alright, so I'm still about 4.5 hours ahead, I would guess. At least, I highly doubt that that's what it is. I think it's gonna be more, like a 5.5 hour run. Sorry, 6. So 3.5 hours ahead of PB. And this time it's single segment and not, of course, yeah, good. That wasn't optimal, but that was better than nothing. So I hope I can get ISG on Twinrova. Because that's gonna be the big killer right there. Is trying to avoid a second phase. Alright, hurry up, I know. You want to burn me and then shatter me. But newsflash, you're not a warlock or a hunter from Destiny. You can't hurt me that way. You can still almost one-shot me though, and it's pretty scary, but that's not same. Not the same. Oh, come on. There we go. Wow. No, no, no. Stupid. Stay there. Really? They are taking angles that I can't flip and hit them with. Like, really? There. Yep, now stay that way. Dude, really? No, no, no! Yeah, yeah, it was. They are the worst with RNG for me. I hate this boss. If they what they need to be doing is they need to be like staying relatively close to each other so that I can just directly angle my shield and hit them. But the problem is that they spread out if they spread out way too far, it basically means I can't do anything. And it's just a pain in the butt to do. And there isn't anything I can do about it, that's the problem. Like, if they, you know, do that, I can't really do anything. Like, I tried to, you know, as you saw when I was spamming my hookshot, it causes them to spin. So I try to control it, but, like, it's just not possible to keep controlled unless you're, like, super well versed in the game. And I try to be, but like that boss, like no matter what I do, it's still just nothing but problems. So, and then what's even worse is because, yeah, they automatically start as soon as you enter the boss room. So you need to like take the time to hurry and get. Like, see, that's perfect. But then watch, they get spread out like that, and it's like, no matter what I do... Son of a... She was gonna fire, too. There we go. The other thing too is I can't have them be spinning either when I'm done. See, that's better. That's so much better. And I couldn't do anything about that because I didn't have any idea where the other one was. I'm gonna have to avoid it because, you know, to heck with logic. There we go. Now this phase is the phase that I need to get our ISG on to avoid a second. But it's after that first phase that I really don't have to worry about them after. Okay. Yeah, because so the first part of this phase, you can literally just guarantee yourself 3 of the same element. Okay, that wasn't the best, but whatever, not a big deal. Another death. And I've noticed they've all been in Spirit Temple. Watch, no more deaths will happen unless I get bad RNG at the end of the game. And then it will be in 2 spots. All right. Now I just gotta find the warp. Yeah, that's the heart. That means the warp's right here. All right. Okay, on the fire temple. And that one I haven't done any progress for yet. So this is the where this could be a 3-hour, 3.5-hour finish, or a 2-hour finish. The problem is because I don't have RBA, I can't put, like, since I've pseudo banned that for my 3-heart challenge, I won't be able to do a wrong warp to Ganon, because that's all that really needs to be done. Is I need to fight Ganon. Like, that's the whole reason why I have Ganon's Tower on there. And holy crap, like, the hit counter, like, they need to specify like how many pixels you should do for the counter. Like, not gonna lie, I've had to change this like twice. It's, yeah, that's stupid. They don't tell you on the program, and it's like, I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna now warp to Fire Temple. We'll go to Temple of Time after it. So, and we're actually gonna do that via save warp, just so I know that it's saved, and that's what's gonna trigger. So Fire Temple doesn't really have a whole lot of glitches. There is one per boss key skip that I'm gonna try to do. If not, I know a way, or I know of a trick. Well, not a trick. I know a way to get extra key. Or I should say, avoid using certain keys so I can have an extra to get the boss key, if I don't do it. Which isn't a big deal, but I wanna try and do the boss key skip. I've been practicing it, and I think it's really cool. Because then you can, because literally it's just, the only incentive I have to do is just go and grab the hammer and just hurry and get the warp done. So okay. So what's nice about this dungeon is this dungeon literally just needs like 2 items. I just need full bombs, to be honest, and then that's basically it. I don't really need anything else. I am going to be equipping the Master Sword though for this particular dungeon, and I'll explain that in a little bit. It's just something funny that apparently happens, so I did find out though, I don't know if this is a 3DS exclusive thing, but you can so you can damage Volvagia in 2 ways. So there's 2 different versions of Volvagia in the boss room. There's the one that actually flies overhead and whatnot, that you can that hitbox is still active when it's underneath, and you can deal damage with it with explosives. But the more important thing that we can do is actually you know, of course, hitting Volvagia that pops out of the hitbox that pops up out of the holes when Volvagia stays underneath the lava. There is supposedly a way you can just deal damage to Volvagia while she's flying using the bow or a sword slash. I don't know if that's actually true for a regular Ocarina of Time. I know the 3DS version lets you do it. I'm tempted to try it. The problem is that I, you know, am limited to 3 hearts and I kind of don't want to waste it, per se. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do normal strats of, you know, pray she doesn't hit me while she's flying overhead and just, you know, deal with that way. Because normally what I would do is I would have Bomb Chews and Deku Nuts to deal damage to her while her flying form while she's underground. But because I'm avoiding Bomb Chews, and or I should say I've avoided Bomb Chews this entire playthrough, I'm not gonna do it that way. So which means that my C buttons will be freed up for Hookshot, and bombs to kind of get to the dungeon, to get to the Megaton Hammer as quickly as possible. So, because that's all I'll need to swap my equip is just getting my bottle swapped to the Megaton Hammer, and that's all I'll need to worry about this whole dungeon. So this is a shortcut room up to the room that I was trying to allude to for whatever it's called, for the boss key skip. Let's go up a little bit higher. So what I might do when I do Majora's Mask, I might do the same thing. I might do it in one segment. I doubt it, but I'm tempted. Only because there's way less dungeons that you have to do and whatnot. So I don't know. We'll just have to see what people like. Oh, come on. Okay. The donut room. So this room has a few different keys I have to get. There's this one here. There's one up top, and then I can technically grab the one on the bottom that I alluded to as a shortcut. Okay, that one, yeah. Thing is, I don't necessarily have to, only because, that one might be my extra key, is what, I'm gonna try and do. And actually, not even that. I might actually, so my extra key, sorry for the voice crack. The extra key that I might get is actually on your way down from getting the Megaton Hammer. And you can actually get into that room without needing keys. So okay. And I might actually get the shortcut unlocked anyway. But I might just grab the key. I don't know. You know what? No, because that would just be a waste of time, because if I get the shortcut open up, that implies that I'm just going to climb back up and try and do the boss key skip. And if I'm going to do that, then there's not really any point. So I'll just... Really? I don't have Pharaoh's Wind to get back up. That is so stupid. I don't know why Link didn't grab the ledge. Whatever. Alright, so there's 2 love bubbles. Alright, so there's 2 mini bosses that we will have to fight. We can avoid one of them if I can get the boss key skip. If I cannot, it will there will be 2. It's the same mini boss. The thing is that I will be... What the f... Okay, no. This boulder maze sucks. I'm not... That's weak sauce. So, back to what I was explaining. The mini-boss, for some odd reason, it has the same damage, or not same damage table, but a pretty close enough damage table to Ganon, where the Master Sword actually does more damage than the Bogoron Sword. For Ganon, it's a special table where everything is set to 1 except for the Master Sword. And in fairness, also Deku Sticks. But for our purpose, for that particular boss, per se, it's not the same damage table, but it's close enough. So what we're going to be doing is we're actually going to be getting Master Sword damage, jump attack, and just power crouch stab anytime we knock it out. And that's going to instantly just trigger the next phase. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool. This is where actually we'll take off the hover boots. Alright, so if I run out of bombs, this is gonna suck. So that means I'm gonna have to go all the way back down to grab a key. Okay, that was mess up number 1. That was not what I needed. There we go. Okay. So that just basically skipped needing a specific key to get past here. That also means that now we can, if we do a boss key skip, we'll be, yeah. Well, so we're saving, essentially we're saving an extra key, and then, how do I word this correctly? This will also mean that we'll, be able to gain a key without needing, a spare one. Okay, so there's our first phase of this mini boss. Okay, second done. And then we just have to see where he spawns. Dang it. I was supposed to grab a corner, so I can just trigger the elevator to go up, but whatever, it's not a big deal. Alright. So now that mini boss is done over with. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, I did the trick that I was hoping to do earlier. Okay. Okay, so now the room directly underneath us is going to be the, relatively underneath us. It's the room that we'll get our spare key in. If we need to get the boss key, if I don't do this trick right. But for now, it should be pretty fine. Oh, that keys is gonna hit me. I can guarantee it. I have to like now spam my stick. And my sword. Yep, never mind. It didn't matter. Okay, so now I can actually equip Bogoron Sword now, because we don't have to do that mini boss anymore. Hopefully. Okay, just need to angle. Okay, that's the frame. Crap, that wasn't it. I mean, that was a frame, but I didn't get clipped out of bounds, so... Okay, that wasn't the frame, but I'm hoping that this will work. Nope. I think I'm supposed to be holding upright, not downright. Okay, so that was the correct frame. Nope. At least I'm back in the spot, so... Okay, there's the frame. Is it really upright? Do I oh, that might be it. Okay. Yeah, that wasn't it either. That was way too late. Okay, that was perfect. Okay, we got it. Okay, so that we skipped the entire boss keys, like grabbing, which is good. So now we just have to potentially equip bow. Now, I think. I don't know. Nah, that's not. So I don't want to risk dying. Alright. You know what? I'm willing to take the risk, possibly. Yo, that... I can't believe she almost hit me. Okay, you can. Okay, that actually is good to know. Okay. So I will need to grab a whole bunch of arrows. Or pray that arrow drops will happen with Ganon. Actually, no I don't. Okay. All right. So now it's just a matter of praying that to RNG that I don't get hit by a boulder, and that I can and don't get hit by Ganon or Ganondorf. Oh, speaking of which, I do need to empty my fairy. I'll actually do it. I'll do it after. All right. Ganon's tower. So now, I'm definitely for sure at least 4 hours ahead. It's probably not going to be 4 hours for sure of a PB. It might be 3.5. But not a big problem. All right. All right. So that's all the dungeons. Now it's just on to Ganon's tower. We can't go there necessarily just yet. We do need the light arrows, which we will be getting right now. Okay. All right. And to help alleviate some of my bomb count, to help avoid losing bombs, so I can have multiple attempts for the void warp, I will be not doing that bomb hover trick that I did with the Epona. Even though I'm surprised I got it super quickly during this run. I do want to thank again Zelda Speedruns for the raid. That was much appreciated, and I actually almost like bawled eyes out. Like I've never had a big raid like that before. Also for, I believe it was Rising Otter, for letting me know that my audio was crap at the beginning. I didn't realize that it was like dropping. I couldn't really see the so for first off, I couldn't see the audio bar because of what I could just in my eyesight. I actually have to have like everything on my primary monitor, and I'd rather actually have everything on my secondary. But it's hard on my eyes, even though the resolution is just fine. So I actually didn't know, and I also didn't audio test before I started the stream, just so I could have enough time to finish the run. So thank you for that. Yeah. So let's finish out the run strong. I'm hoping to get ISG first try on both Ganondorf and Ganon. I'm not holding my breath if I don't, but I'm also praying I don't miss input and lose my damage value. Because that's the more important thing, is not losing the damage value, so I can at least spam power crouch stabbing. So yeah, the run's almost over. I think what it might be like my best possible time, I think, for it will be, if I had to roughly guess, it maybe 5:45, maybe 5:50 at best. So almost a nearly 4-hour improvement. But that's just eyeballing it. I'm highly doubt that that's what it would be. And that's like being super generous and like saying that my skill of this game is on par with like ZFG and stuff like that. Like, I don't expect this to actually be any decent for the end. Especially because I'm playing on one. So first of all, I'm playing on 1.0. Second, I'm playing on N64. Even if I'm not playing on 1.0, I'd probably be playing on N64. So that adds lag. And whatnot. So it's kind of hard to achieve ISG when it's like super laggy. So even though it's supposed to actually help because it's a frame perfect trick, but it doesn't. At least it doesn't feel like it to me. So it's not gonna be too difficult. I do hope one of my friends, I really hope, is still alive so I can raid him. I doubt it though, but I hope. It looks like it, but I don't know for sure. Probably, I'm not gonna lie, they probably are, but I don't know for sure. And also, considering how I routed stuff on the fly, even though I made notes, I'm actually surprised at what the time is right now. I figured it would have been slower. Figured it would have been slower with what I was doing. Well, if I didn't die to the Iron Knuckles or Twin Rova, this would have been deathless. Not a huge deal. That was a bonus goal. The initial goal is to just complete the game with whatever it's called, with 3 hearts. So alright, so I will be dumping the ferry as soon as I get done with all the rooms leading up to the boss. So if I did the route that I was supposed to do, I was actually supposed to trigger this cutscene way early. But if you're talking about in terms of the story, it actually isn't supposed to be that way. It is supposed to be this way, where you see the tower after you go talk to Zelda. So it's actually kind of cool to see that happen canonically with the way we were playing the game. Oh yeah, no, it's not going to be a 550 at all. Like, I don't think it will be at all. I think it's going to be more like 6 hours. Which, honestly, with what I've had to do to make sure that this run worked out, I'm not surprised. And if I had to do it over again, it might end up being the same way. I don't know. Alright. So let's get this, set up for our final fight. So this is actually the same trick I used to skip the trials in my race that I did. So it's actually kind of humorous that I'm doing this again, just to avoid using my bombs. Oh, no. That's not good. That's really not good. Okay, I'm assuming this is the stairs? No. Suck. Okay, these are the stairs. I'm now hitting the wall. Okay, now I'm up the stairs. Okay. What? You know what? Holy crap. I'm gonna just reset from there. Holy crap. What was that? Ugh. I'm like lining myself up and everything. I don't know what's going on. I wasn't supposed to like climb up and jump off. Okay. Come on. Okay. Really? I'm lining it up. That is complete and total bull. Okay. I'm not lined up to the freaking... Okay, I'm on the stairs now for sure. Okay, there we go. That was better. I don't know why that was stupid. Whatever. That's actually half the reason why it's slower, is because you actually have to like know the layout of the room. Okay. arrows. That's good because now that means I know for sure I'll have enough for stuff. There is a way to like reduce the lag on 1.0 and I might try it. I doubt it. Okay, nope, I will. Okay, I thought I could. Okay. Yeah, I thought I could get through the fire. That's not a big deal. Alright. So now I have 2 Iron Knuckles left, and that's all that stands between me and Ganondorf. Alright. Okay, that's all I need. Okay. All right. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I got a feeling. So we already passed the 4-hour mark, so this is putting in the 3-hour early or faster territory. I'm hoping 3:45. Alright. Okay, we just gotta pray for RNG. RNG needs to be nice. For the tower collapse. If that's good, then we'll be okay. All right. There we go, I got it. There we go, I got it. Okay. This will be a 6-hour time, probably. Unless I can avoid warp and get a sheet quickly for Ganon. If I can get sub 6, that would be perfect. I will probably never touch the category again after that. So I'm not like too interested in like doing something super short like that, or getting it under 2 hours. Like that just seems ridiculous. I don't mind doing it for like defeat Ganon. Defeat Ganon I think is perfectly fine. I just need to get a sub 24 minute time on that one. All right. Loosen up. Loosen up. So this is where RNG can like really screw me over. So I need to have 1.5 hearts of damage left when I do the void warp. Or I need to have 2 hearts of damage. I said 2 hearts, I should say. And then that. There. Okay. Okay, that is bad. That is very bad. Why? Ah, the lag. Really? Really? Freaking crap. Well, I can't do it there now. Freaking. Okay. Just don't hit me, Boulder. Okay. I'm not gonna survive this. That's bullshit. That's the trick. That's the trick. I won't survive that because of the stupid freaking boulders. You're on top of the freaking tower. There shouldn't be anything falling down from you. Screw you. So I need to have 2.5 hearts. So that's complete and total bull crap. The freaking boulders. Ugh. Screw this game. This game's RNG is bullshit. Screw you. I have to have all 3 hearts now. That's what it is. I have to have all 3 hearts. Ugh, I want sub 6 hours, you piece of shiz. I'm not gonna play it like super freaking safe. I want to get this done. Okay. Sweet. Sweet, perfect, perfect. Thank you. Okay, I didn't get the redead triggered. That's perfect. I need to not have any falling debris hit me. Okay. I think I can still get a sub 4. Sub 6. Oh, okay. ISG. Okay, so on my TV right now, It looks like it's lagging on some of it, but it actually looks like it's like lagless 60 FPS on my TV. It's actually kind of cool looking. Even though it's actually not. It's fake 60 FPS. It's actually kind of cool. Okay. See if Ganon wants to play nice and ISG wants to play nice. If I don't get ISG, I'm gonna just power crouch step. Like, that's all it's really gonna come down to. Just calm down, calm down. Don't talk to Zelda! Okay, I got the jump attack. Come on, 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 come on. Okay, sweet, I got it. Oh, okay, 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 okay. That was gonna be awful. Okay, got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. Yes, sub 6, let's go. Please. I didn't get ISG like I wanted to, but I don't really care. That's fine by me, I don't really care. The magic hammer. I have Mjolnir. All right. Whew. New PB by stupid dog shiz. All right, PB by like what? A few hours or so, give or take. Stupid webcam got bumped and now it's not correctly getting my green screen. Freaking hate it. Hate it. Whatever. Yes. Let's go. All right. I'm gonna let the credits roll. Thank you. That is, I'm so happy for that run. Oh. So there were some rough spots, of course. But overall, I want to say it's a fantastic run otherwise, I would say. I'm gonna already mute, so I'm gonna mute the PC audio, so that means like any follow alerts or whatever that come up, if any, are gonna be muted for a minute. I want to make sure my friend is live. And it looks like she's not. That's fine. Let's see who else is live really quick. Who in particular is playing Ocarina of Time in particular that I'm following, I should say. So I wanna give it back to the community. Alright, so nuclear reaction we'll raid them. So, all right. Okay. So I'm gonna let the credits roll first. So, all right. So, what can be improved upon? Let's see. Spirit Temple for sure. For at least for a 3-hour or for Deathless. If I were to do this again, I would have to improve Spirit Temple by a lot. I would have to improve Ganon's Tower Collapse, for sure. Let's see. Where did I really die in? Was it really just Spirit Temple and Tower? I think that's where it was. Fire wasn't a big deal. Force wasn't a big deal. The Dongos and Deku and Jabu. Like, none of these temples were really that hard. It was just Spirit and Tower. Pretty good. I do want to, so I am going to go back and look at the footage really quick and hear how bad the audio is, because I want to know how bad it was. If it wasn't that bad, like, I know it was like skipping supposedly every other frame, but I also know that like if I don't turn off my my HDMI switch with my RetroTink, it actually ends up like whatchamacallit, it'll end up like doing this pop noise and not switch the audio or the capture over to another audio source. So sorry. Okay, so it doesn't sound too bad. It doesn't sound that bad at all. Like it does sound a little bit less crisp, but the picture looked good and everything. Oh, it's not. It's the light coming from the freaking curtain. That's what it is. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about the afternoon light coming in my room, and it'll hit my green screen up here. So it's not my camera, it's my window. Ugh, dang it. All right. Okay. So this is, I lost 0 frames this whole time, and I'm glad I didn't lose any frames because I wasn't recording. And I honestly don't care that I didn't record. I probably should have. Problem is so I didn't realize, I should have tested this before I streamed too, is if I marked all the check marks, if it'll still show the list properly. And I didn't realize I didn't do that, so that's not a huge deal, but it is a little bit unprofessional to have to stop and hurry and fix it. So if I test everything properly before I stream, and then not take any bathroom breaks, as well as not die or screw up any tricks, I'll be saving a whole bunch of time if I ever do this again. Right. Thanks everyone who watched. Again, thank you Zelda Speedruns for the raid. Much appreciated. Thank you everyone who stopped by and watched my casual, I want to say casual playthrough of this game. No, it was really a speedrun-ish. Speedrun with extra challenge. So dang, I want to figure out how much time. I think this was at least 3 hours. I know this was at least 3 hours. So this is a nice good PB. Especially, so this is actually on recording too, so my other PB, it wasn't really. I mean, it was, but it wasn't, essentially. I didn't have any capture devices at the time. So, but I did play in front of a live audience for that one, aka my family. So... oh. Alright, I'm gonna throw it. I'm gonna get ready to raid. Alright, we're raiding Nuclear Reaction. She's playing Ocarina of Time, but in a randomizer form.